towards boosting the region's strategic industrial metals and minerals value chain. Third, ASEAN must be united in urging developed countries to fulfill their long-standing commitments to the Paris Agreement. Although developing countries such as the Philippines only account for less than 1% of global emissions, our countries bear the brunt of the devastating impacts of climate change. Developed countries have a moral obligation to support adaptation and mitigation efforts through, for the most vulnerable countries, to technology transfer, capacity building, and climate finance. This to address loss and damage and to achieve the necessary breakthroughs for climate action at a global scale. The Philippines recognizes that biodiversity can complement and synergize with ASEAN's initiatives in climate change, contributing to our efforts towards a more sustainable and resilient future. The conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity is also an intergenerational responsibility that the Philippines is proud to support through the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity. Your Majesty, Excellencies, as one community, it is imperative that we provide whole of community support to Timor-Leste as it continues its meaningful journey towards full ASEAN membership. Timor-Leste's membership can only strengthen our ASEAN community as it expands the reach of ASEAN's united front to face the challenges of the 21st century. As we embark on our vision for a bolder, more decisive, and cohesive ASEAN beyond 2025, let us renew our collective faith in the organization by consolidating our community building efforts towards an ASEAN that truly matters. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Leaders of the Southeast Asia.
Berikutnya saya mengundang Yang Mulia Ferdinand Kongkong Romualdez Marcos Junior, Presiden Republik Berikutnya saya mengundang Yang Mulia Ferdinand Bongbong Romualdez Marcos.
Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. back in Manila after what he called a successful mission in the 42nd ASEAN Summit in Indonesia. Marcos says he was able to advance the country's interests before the regional gathering, including bringing up the need for a finalized code of conduct in the South China Sea. Aside from the Philippines, other ASEAN member states like Vietnam, Malaysia, and Brunei have overlapping claims in the maritime territory.
We're waiting for the continued work that being developed and is being done to develop the framework to the code of conduct. But ASEAN is already lahat kami halos lahat brought it up and said sana ng code of conduct, sana naman andyan na yung code of conduct.
Marcos also wants the Philippines and Vietnam to iron out concerns regarding the country's exclusive economic zone. This following the flagging of the Philippine Coast Guard of a Vietnamese vessel that recently entered recto ban, an area inside the country's EEZ.
And that's why I have asked our foreign ministers, acting out of the secretary, and then the foreign minister of Vietnam, to begin develop the talks so that we can have an agreement.
President Marcos also made good on his promise to discuss the case of Filipino death row convict Mary Jane Veloso with Indonesian President Joko Widodo. According to Marcos, he urged Widodo to re-examine Veloso's case. Veloso was sentenced to death in 2015 for drug trafficking.
Sabi niya, well, ang ano dyan is na yung batas talaga sa akin ay record. So sabi ko, sabi ko sa akin, there's nothing here to, I suppose, is for the Indonesian authorities to re-examine the case as a favor to the Philippines.
Kuwait is banning the entry of all Filipinos except for those with residency permits. The ban was ordered Wednesday by Kuwait's Directorate General of Civil Aviation. It cites what it claims is the Philippine government's non-compliance with a labor agreement with Kuwait. The Philippine Migrant Workers Department implemented in February a deployment ban to Kuwait for newly hired or first-time domestic workers following the death of Filipino worker Jollibee Tibanara. It said the ban would remain in effect until the workers were guaranteed protection. The Philippine Embassy in Kuwait and the Migrant Workers Office have yet to issue a statement on the ban.
Philippine Tourism Chief Cristina Frasco on the defensive amid criticisms on the agency's new slogan. The tagline, "We give the world our best," was first seen in advertisements on a double-decker bus in the UK. The ad featured Filipino-British nurse May Parsons, who administered the world's first COVID-19 vaccine. But Frasco clarifies the slogan is a country brand and that it's different from the DOT's longtime slogan, "It's more fun in the Philippines." Frasco says the tourism department will soon come out with a tourism brand aligned with the country brand. Now, Philippine lawmakers grilled transportation and airport officials for the May 1 power outage that disrupted flights at the Ninoy Aquino International Airport Terminal 3. As RG Cruz tells us, an audit of electrical systems of the terminal is underway to find out the root cause of the incident.
Two congressmen who were affected by the power interruption at the NIA Terminal 3 last May 1st confronted officials at the Department of Transportation and the Manila International Airport Authority.
I'm a little bit disappointed because my children were booked on the Terminal 1 to attend sana sa o-taking ng mga kapatid nilang lawyer sa Bay 2. Eh nangyari, canceled lahat from Cebu and other areas in Mindanao. So ang daming umiyak na mga relatives na mga new lawyers natin because of this.
I also happened to be one of those passengers. I arrived at 1 a.m. via Cebu Pacific, and I could not personally leave the immigration, even though I was front of the line because of the incident. having arrived in the early morning of May 1 after a trip abroad with my family. I also have videos to prove and to show the chaos that it has created.
The hearing actually began with apologies from transportation and airport officials.
On behalf of the department, MIAA, we would like to sincerely apologize to you, to our passengers and stakeholders for the inconvenience generated by the power interruption that happened at NAIA Terminal 3 last May 1. Our sincerest apologies as well to the members of the House of Representatives who were traveling during that day.
On behalf of the MIAA, we would like to sincerely offer our apologies to all the passengers and stakeholders that were affected during the May 1 power incident.
The court explains that the ongoing audit of electrical systems in Terminal 3 by the MIAA and Meralco is expected to be finished this month. It will identify the root cause of the incident and help them determine measures to prevent it in the future. But he admits the NAIA 3's generators can only partially meet their power needs in case of a power interruption, which is why they are eyeing leasing additional generator sets so these can be rapidly deployed.
We already looked into the facilities that we need to improve, and one of the things that we've seen was that the lack of 100% backup for NAIA Terminal 3. That's why, sir, since last year we were discussing on how to proceed with the proper procurement of the generator sets.
Imagine 15 years for us to realize na kailangan natin ng backup generators. Nakakaya eh.
Another lawmaker scored MIAA for failing to anticipate the terminal's growing power needs.
There are reports that it has gradually increased with more concessionaires, flights, air conditioning units, causing its power requirement to balloon. Is it true?
Terminal 3, since it was commissioned in 2008, has definitely increased in terms of its power demand because of the additional flights that it's catering. But with the additional flights, of course, there are also other additional amenities.
Of course, they are considering outsourcing the operations and maintenance of the high voltage facilities because it seems they have limited in-house capabilities. Meralco, meantime, showed lawmakers pictures of the burnt transformers which they have blamed for the power interruption.
We conclude that the cause of the trouble, both on the 1:05 a.m. outage and the 3:44 p.m. outage were due to those current transformers inside roadway 1 substation. This is supported by the fault current magnitudes or levels that were recorded on those two occasions.
Currently, Chairperson Antipolo Industry Representative Romeo Acop meantime lamented that officials have apparently not learned from the January 1 cancellation flights because of a failure of the NAIA's systems. RG Cruz, ABS-CBN News.
Meralco consumers bracing for higher power bills this month. The utility giant just announced a near 18 centavo per kilowatt hour rate hike for May. For more on this, let's now talk to Meralco spokesperson Joe Zaldariaga. Good morning, sir. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Katrina, for having me.
Okay, Joe, let's try to make this power rate hike issue more digestible to our viewers by breaking down the numbers. What contributed to this rate hike?
You're right. We announced an 18 centavos per kilowatt hour rate hike for the month of May, and the higher rate was mainly due to the increase in the generation charge, which reflects the actual cost of power that Meralco bought from our supply sources in the previous supply month of April, in particular with higher costs from the wholesale and liquidity spot market, mainly driven by the tighter supply situation brought about by higher demand. In addition, Katrina, the charges from our power supply agreements also went up, reflecting the impact of the depreciation of the peso, which affects about 26% of our contract costs. Already included in the PSA costs were our emergency power supply agreements, which we needed to secure to ensure continuity and stability of electric supply, which, as we all know, is very crucial, especially now with higher temperatures being felt in the Meralco franchise area, which contributes heavily into higher demand. And finally, I'd like to also inform the viewers that this consideration cost also includes the collection of the final installment of deferred charges equivalent to around the 20 centavos per kilowatt hour. To recall, we coordinated with our suppliers and the regulator to stagger the collection of around 1.1 billion in generation costs in the March billing to somehow cushion the impact of the rate increase at that time to our consumers.
Okay, let's talk about the supply and demand situation in spot markets. Traditionally, during the summer months, we do see an increase in demand there, but what's the current situation there, Joe?
Well, Luzon's peak demand last April 9 of 12,235 megawatts already reached last year's actual peak demand of 12,113 recorded in May last year, Katrina, and we see this increasing further this month. While it is too early to predict how rates will move in the succeeding months, based on historical data, there's always pressure for electricity rates to increase during the dry season or between March to June because of higher demand, which basically affects the cost of supply.
Okay, Joe, and when do we expect this high demand to taper off, given that the government is actually bracing itself for a possible El Nino?
Well, the movement of higher demand occurs normally during the dry season, as I've mentioned. This is between March to June. It kind of tapers off by July. That's why we ensure our supply portfolio during this particular period to ensure that we are able to meet the demand, which really spikes or goes up, particularly in May. This one is kind of crucial because this is the time that the peak demand usually really goes up.
Joe, basic question that is actually a big concern for a lot of our viewers. Should we already brace for rotational outages, or do you have enough supply at this point despite the peak demand?
Well, if you're referring to what transpired last Monday, that situation was actually, I think, has already been made public, a transmission line problem. But the last May 8th, actually, we already recorded the highest demand for the year at 12,431 megawatts. So we are really preparing ourselves for a higher demand situation in the coming days, and hopefully we will be able to continuously provide our customers with the electricity they need for their everyday needs. The same goes for the commercial and industrial establishments who need power to run their operations 24/7. And we continue to work with the entire energy family to ensure that we will be able to deliver what is expected from us by our consumers.
And Meralco earlier said that it would try to find ways to mitigate the expected increase. What measures are you looking at to probably provide reprieve to your consumers?
Well, we've been ensuring that our supply portfolio is adequate at this point, that we're expecting, as I mentioned, higher demand. And part of our sourcing strategy is to try and obtain electricity both from our bilateral contracts and from the wholesale electricity spot market, where we also procure our supply at the least cost possible, given the situation on the ground. And in terms of helping out as far as demand side management is concerned, we continue to push information in terms of energy efficiency, making it a way of life for all our consumers. and at the same time activate our partnership with our commercial and industrial customers so the interruptible load program as soon as the grid operator and BCP declares a yellow alert. And through this program, we ask our big load customers to temporarily use the generator set so we can ration the available supply and minimize, if that we eliminate potential power outages in households and small businesses.
Since you already mentioned energy efficiency, kindly give tips to our viewers on how can they actually make their households or their businesses more energy efficient.
Historically, Katrina, energy consumption spikes between 10 to 40% during the dry season because well, basically customers use cooling appliances, particularly air conditioning units for a longer period of time. So every summer, cooling appliances like aircons, refs, electric fans also tend to consume more energy since their compressors and machines work very hard to achieve the desired temperature. It would be very helpful if we keep our appliances in tip-top condition to ensure that they are working efficiently. Other power saving tips that customers can practice are unplugging appliances when not in use so as to prevent phantom loads, using LED bulbs for cost saving lighting, ironing large batches of clothing at one time, and ensuring that we are able to utilize electricity wisely at all times.
And I understand that Meralco has an appliance calculator. Is that still working? And how can that help consumers?
Yes, we have what we call the AppTal or the Meralco mobile appliance calculator available on our mobile app. This tool, Katrina, provides information on the energy consumption of appliances and gadgets and helps consumers manage their consumption better by getting more information so far as the usage of their appliances are concerned. So hopefully this can help them out.
All right. Thank you for joining us this morning and a pleasure talking to you, Meralco spokesperson, Josel Dariaga.
It's my pleasure, Katrina. Thank you for having me.
Berikutnya saya mengundang Yang Mulia Ferdinand Bongbong Romualdez Marcos Junior, Presiden Republik Filipina. Yang Mulia, saya persilakan.
Leaders of the Southeast Asian nations are meeting in Indonesia starting today. The three-day ASEAN summit is expected to be dominated by the crisis and violence in Myanmar. The Association of Southeast Asian Nations has been trying to kickstart a 5-point peace plan agreed with Myanmar 2 years ago. The scenic resort island of Labuan Bajo will see some hectic diplomatic activity over the next few days. Indonesian President Joko Widodo will open the ASEAN meeting on Wednesday. On the agenda will be Myanmar and the escalating tensions in the South China Sea. ASEAN is a 10-nation regional bloc. Several of the members have partial claims to waterway. Some member states are associated either with the United States or China. The challenge is not to get entangled in the power competition between the two world powers.
And of course, also the other pillar would be the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific with the 4 priority areas. Certainly, it was on maritime cooperation, connectivity, also on the sustainable developments, the one goals, and the economic and other areas of cooperation.
Let's tell you why the shadow of Myanmar is looming over this meeting. 2 incidents have happened in the recent past. First, an airstrike on a village in Myanmar last month reportedly killed at least 170 people. Then, last Sunday, a convoy of diplomats, including ASEAN officials, was attacked in the Shan province of Myanmar. The ASEAN officials were there delivering humanitarian aid in the strict-told country. Indonesia and Singapore have both condemned the attack.
Stop using force. Stop
violence karena rakyat yang akan menjadi korban. Karena kondisi ini tidak akan membuat siapapun menang. Saya mengajak, marilah kita duduk bersama, ciptakan ruang dialog untuk mencari solusi bersama.
Indonesian Foreign Minister has said that her country is using quiet diplomacy in Myanmar. She said Indonesia is speaking to all parties to renew peace efforts. Myanmar remains an ASEAN member. However, it has been barred from top-level summits over the junta's failure to implement the peace plan. This ASEAN Leaders Summit is the first of two to be held in Indonesia this year. The focus will also be on promoting the region's economic growth.
This year is a very important year for ASEAN. First, the world is
about the Relations Act. You heard the Secretary talk about this just last week when he sat down for Washington Post Live. He would like to go. He would like to get this trip back on and will intend and work to do so when conditions allow. But I don't have any additional updates beyond that.
WeOn is now available in your country. Download the app now and get all the news on the move.
Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. heading to Indonesia in about an hour to attend the annual summit of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. Our very own Joyce Balancho now joins us with a top story. Joyce, over to you.
Earlier, President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. will be departing from the Villamor Air Base this afternoon and will fly to Indonesia to attend the 42nd ASEAN Summit. The Department of Foreign Affairs earlier stressed the importance of the country's participation in the summit as it provides the venue for the ASEAN leaders to discuss their views on regional issues, build consensus on matters of mutual interest, as well as provide policy direction for the ASEAN community. Indonesia is this year's chair and we have chosen the theme ASEAN Matters Epicentrum of Growth.
Of course, on the epicentrum of growth, this focus on the key priority areas, particularly talk about health, priority, food security, energy security, and financial stability. These are the key priorities under this particular topic. And then, of course, also the other pillar would be the ASEAN on the Indo-Pacific with the 4 priority areas. Certainly, of course, on maritime cooperation, connectivity, also on the sustainable development goals, the 1 goals, and the economic and other areas of cooperation.
Tomorrow, President Marcos will join world leaders during the opening ceremony. After the plenary session, he will also attend a series of interfaces among ASEAN leaders and representatives or delegates of relevant ASEAN bodies. The Office of ASEAN Affairs Deputy Assistant Secretary Angelito Dayan said the President is expected to advance the priorities of the Philippines through regional and multilateral cooperation with the ASEAN nations. Among the areas that the President will focus on are long-term food and energy security, economic recovery, combating transnational crime, upgrading of technical and vocational education and training. Both included President's agenda are adopting climate and disaster resilient technology, transitioning to renewable and alternative energy technologies, as well as the protection of migrant workers. He said also one of the possible important outcomes of the summit would be a leader's declaration on combating trafficking of persons caused by the use or misuse of technology. Also to be expected is the adoption of the ASEAN leaders of a roadmap on Timor-Leste's full membership to the ASEAN. For the first time, the Prime Minister of Timor-Leste, Saor Matanda, will be joining the ASEAN summit and other meetings as an observer following the leaders' decision on their application during the 40th and the 41st ASEAN Summit. This is the second time that President Marcos visits Indonesia following his 3-day state visit last year in September. Karina.
Thanks a lot, Joyce Balancho. They're joining us on the line, and we're going to break away from regular programming now. President Marcos is delivering his pre-departure speech before he heads off to Indonesia for the ASEAN Summit. Let's listen in.
There you go. Thank you. I see you see Putin and we have Jeremy with us to guide us along the way. Vice President Inday Sara Duterte,
And of course, former President and Senior Deputy Speaker Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, Speaker Martin Romualdez, and the members of the cabinet that we have here with us today. Both those who are staying behind to hold the fort and those who are coming with us to attend the ASEAN Summit. Pasay City Lone District Representative Antonio Calixto, Mayor Imelda Calixto Rubiato is always in the reception and departure committee. And of course, our First Lady, Lisa Araneta Marcos. The AFP, I don't know, the level of discussion seems to have stood. Yeah, AFP Chief of Staff General Andy Centino, the Major Service Commanders, Philippine Coast Guard Commandant Admiral Abu, my fellow workers in government, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I leave today for Indonesia to attend the 42nd ASEAN Summit at the invitation of the Chair of ASEAN this year, President Joko Widodo. I will join other leaders of ASEAN to advance our community building efforts in the region and ensure the well-being and security of our people, in line with Indonesia's chairmanship theme of ASEAN Matters, Epicentrum of Growth. My participation will serve to promote and protect the interests of our country, including our continued efforts towards economic growth, attaining food and energy security, promoting trade and investment, combating transnational crimes such as the trafficking in persons, and protecting migrant workers in crisis situations, amongst others. The leaders of ASEAN will also exchange views on pressing issues of common concerns, such as developments in the South China Sea, the situation in Myanmar, and major power rivalries, amongst others. We will be joined by the leader of Timor-Leste at the 42nd ASEAN Summit. This is the first time that Timor-Leste will join ASEAN as an observer, and I'm looking forward to a bilateral meeting with the leaders of Timor-Leste so that we can discuss their prospective membership in ASEAN. I will also be participating in the 15th Brunei Darussalam Indonesia Malaysia Philippines East ASEAN Growth Area, as well as various interfaces with ASEAN leaders, with the ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly, and representatives of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council, ASEAN Youth, and the high-level task force on the ASEAN Community Post-2025 vision. In these meetings, we will have the opportunity to highlight the importance of strengthening cooperation in the BIMP-YAGA sub-region to sustain its thriving economy. The strong partnership between the executive and legislative bodies of ASEAN, the pivotal role of private sector, and the youth in advancing growth and shaping the future, as well as the future direction of the ASEAN vision. I look forward to our productive engagements with our ASEAN, to our always productive engagements with our ASEAN partners. This is a continuation of the process that we had begun, where deriving from the idea and the principle and the concept of ASEAN centrality in the face of the challenges that we have to answer, not only as single nations, but as this political aggregation that is ASEAN. I am always optimistic because all the interactions that we have had with the different leaders of ASEAN member states, and for that matter, APEC and all the APEC Plus conferences that we've had, there seems to be a very clear area of commonality. And as the theme of this ASEAN summit is clearly manifesting, it is once again towards economic growth, and to recognize that ASEAN and Southeast Asia have been the partners that the other parts of the world, and I speak therefore of India, I speak of China, I speak of the European Union, the United States, Latin America, even some elements of Africa, look to Southeast Asia as the growth center for the global economy. And that is why it is very important that we go and continue to discuss among other ASEAN leaders of all the member states on how we can maximize and find that extra energy, that synergy from our working together. Maraming salamat po. Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat.
And that was President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. delivering his pre-departure speech. He heads off to Indonesia now to attend the 42nd ASEAN Summit. The president there defining what the region is to the rest of the world. He says that Southeast Asia now is considered to be the growth center for the global economy, and he looks forward to having discussions on that, trade and investment, protection of migrants in crisis situations, the South China Sea, Myanmar, the power rivalries in the region and in the world as well. As he attends the 42nd ASEAN Summit, the president also made a mention of how he is looking forward to having bilateral talks with the leaders of Timor-Leste, a new member of the ASEAN. We all know that the Philippines was very instrumental in the pursuit and attainment, finally, of East Timor's independence. We're going to have more on the president's pre-departure speech, as well as his participation in the ASEAN here on ANC, so make sure you stay tuned for that. For ranking officials of the Philippine National Police recommended to face charges for the alleged involvement in the illegal drug trade. Johnson Banaba tells us more.
Sa amin, hindi lang dapat matanggap ang resignation mo, dapat managot ka rin, hindi lang sa kriminal kasama sa ating people. No? Ito yung sa dalawang mahirap. Makita niyo ba itong hawak ko? Napakabigat, napakapakal.
The Department of Interior and Local Government, or DILG, formally announced the result of the five-man panel's review on courtesy resignations submitted by more than 900 officials of the Philippine National Police. The review is part of the PNP's internal cleansing amid the alleged involvement of some of its officials in illegal drugs.
The advisory group recommended the following. Number one, non-acceptance of the resignations of 917 officers. Number two, further investigation of 32 other officers. And number three, acceptance of the courtesy resignation and filing of administrative and or criminal cases against four, specifically 2 generals and 2 colonels.
DILG Secretary Benher Avalos said on April 24, 2023, that PNP Chief General Rodolfo Azurin filed a complaint before the NAPOLCOM against 2 PNP generals for grave misconduct and grave neglect of duty. He did not identify the 2 generals and 2 colonels, but the panel recommended to the President to accept the courtesy resignations. A NAPOLCOM official confirms that 4 are all former officials of the PNP Drug Enforcement Group, or PDEC.
Dating member ng PNP Drug Enforcement Group yung apat.
PDEC Director Police Brigadier General Narciso Domingo was removed from his post amid an ongoing investigation on the alleged cover-up in connection with a 6.7 billion drug haul in Manila last October. Avalos said part of NAPOLCOM's decision and recommendation to the President is the controversial videotape of the alleged cover-up.
The penalty for these offenses is dismissal, forfeiture of benefits, and perpetual disqualification for any public office.
For PNP Chief General Benjamin Acorda Jr., these developments will help in the cleansing of the police force.
I believe that this move in conduct of investigation will somehow answer all the questions about the gray areas sa 2019. And whatever will be resolved, we will welcome it, and it's all part, it is good, but it's all part of our thinking. And I believe that after all these things, we will come up with a better police force.
According to Avalos, 917 PNP officials are now clear. He also asked the public to help the fight against illegal drugs. The DILG and NAPOCOM gave the assurance that this issue will not end with the President's approval of their recommendation. They vowed that the area officials will be held accountable. Johnson Manabat, ABS-CBN News.
An agriculture group concerned over the Philippine government's plan to purchase biofertilizers for farmers. The group warns this may turn into another fertilizer fund scam, but the Agriculture Department denies this. Jervis Manahan gives us details.
On April 27, 2023, the Department of Agriculture signed Memorandum Order 32 for the guidelines in distribution and use of biofertilizers in the country. It aims to help farmers in maintaining productivity despite the high price of fertilizers. According to the memo, the government will be able to save money if farmers will use biofertilizers instead of the usual urea fertilizer. The price of biofertilizers was pegged at 2,000 pesos, which will be used for 1 hectare of land. But agricultural group Sinag warns this might lead to another fertilizer scam. They said 2,000 pesos per bag of biofertilizer is too expensive, especially now that the price of urea fertilizer has come down to 1,250 pesos. Sinag points out that if government wants to use organic fertilizer, chicken manure or compost would have been a cheaper option.
Presyo nga ng biofertilizers sa hektarya na cost na sa 500 pesos lang, ito is 2,000 pesos ang sinasabi. So, around 3 to 4 times yung presyo. Malaking mawawala sa government yung pera kung ito ang scheme ang gagamitin.
Sinag adds the effectivity of biofertilizers is yet to be proven.
Dapat test mo na ng price and area kung talaga effective sa mga magsasaka. Bago ipasok sa government project. Gusto nila, daan ulit sa region, ayaw nila sila ang mag-implement kasi alam nila malaking problem yan sa COA.
But the DA asserts biofertilizers are more eco-friendly and sustainable. Biofertilizers use microorganisms, while urea uses chemicals.
Tingin ko, mas maganda yung paggamit ng biofertilizer because it does not only fix nitrogen, kundi ito ay very eco-friendly. At saka long-term use, mas maganda ito kasi sustainable eh.
The DA also clarifies that the price indicated in the memo is only hypothetical and will still undergo the proper bidding process.
Hindi magiging fertilizer sa kanila. Oo na, rational naman yung pagpili natin, may technical basis. Pangalawa, dagan naman sa procurement law.
The DA adds biofertilizers will only be supplemental to the use of urea fertilizers. Jervis Manahan, ABS-CBN News.
The 42nd ASEAN Summit kicks off in Indonesia. Indonesian President Joko Widodo welcomed the leaders of Southeast Asian nations at the resort island of Labuan Bajo. This year's theme is ASEAN Matters, Epicentrum of Growth, as the regional bloc aims to strengthen economic recovery and make Southeast Asia an engine of sustainable global growth. Also high on the agenda, the crisis in Myanmar and escalating territorial conflicts in the South China Sea. Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. is in attendance at the high-profile summit. He is accompanied by House Speaker Martin Romualdez, Trade Secretary Alfredo Pascual, Foreign Affairs Chief Enrique Manalo, and Social Welfare Secretary Rex Gatchalian. President Marcos says tackling worsening tensions in the Taiwan Strait is inevitable during ASEAN meetings. Marcos asserts the issue is a grave concern for all states attending the summit. Concerns stem from China's increased military activities around Taiwan as it tries to force Taipei to accept its sovereignty claim.
considering that we also agree on the concept of ASEAN centrality when it comes to regional concerns. That will be one of the most important subjects that we will bring up. So the discussions on that seems that we had a year ago, close to a year ago. In that time, marami nang nagbago, many changes have occurred. And that's why we have to really calibrate whatever it is that we are planning.
President Marcos says he will push for the finalization of a code of conduct in the South China Sea at the summit, but he adds he will not impose a deadline on talks with Beijing over fishing rights in the disputed waters. Both countries earlier agreed to identify fishing grounds that Filipino fishermen can freely access in these waters. But Marcos says maritime tensions won't ease without a code of conduct.
Cannot stop trying. So yes, I'll bring it up again because when we talk about the issues in the West Philippine Sea, South China Sea, hindi magkakalma yan hanggang meron na tayong code of conduct. Kasi may code of conduct, lahat pa sa susunod lahat. And that makes things clearer. Walang possibility na magkamali na kasi maliwanag dapat ang usapan.
President Marcos says his administration will work to get a commuted sentence or even a pardon for Mary Jane Veloso, a Filipino on death row in Indonesia. Marcos says he understands Indonesia is enforcing its laws, but he says the Philippine government will continue to look for ways to bring Veloso home. Veloso was sentenced to death in 2015 for drug trafficking. Timor-Leste rejects suspended Philippine lawmaker Arnolfo Teves Jr.'s application for political asylum. This was confirmed by Manila's Foreign Affairs Department. Teves has been given 5 days to leave Timor-Leste, but he can still appeal that decision. Justice Secretary Jesus Crispin Remulla earlier slammed Teves for seeking asylum in Timor-Leste.
We don't see any political reason for him to seek asylum in Timor-Leste. It's really for not wanting to face the consequences of certain actions by which he's being held to account for in our courts of law.
Teves is tagged as the mastermind in the March assassination of Negros Oriental Governor Ruel Degamo and 9 other persons. So far, no complaints nor charges have been filed against the lawmaker in connection with the murder. The widow of Governor Degamo welcomes Timor-Leste's decision not to grant the request of Congressman Teves for political asylum. Pamplona Mayor Janice Degamo insists Teves should just face the charges against him instead of claiming political persecution.
I believe that is a very good decision of the government of East Timor for denying him, because after all, what happened to my husband is not a political thing. He is pointed as the mastermind of murder of my husband and several others. And just like what our DOJ is stating, he has to come home and face the charges that will be filed against him.
Senator Ronald De La Rosa, who heads the Public Order and Dangerous Drugs Committee that's conducting an investigation into Degamo's murder, has this to say to Teves' failure to get asylum.
His chances of not going home.
An update now on power issues hounding parts of the Philippines. Energy Secretary Rafael Lotilla admits he cannot say for sure if there will be no longer the power interruptions in Luzon. But he says the agency is doing what it can to minimize inconvenience, like requiring the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines to ensure the implementation of its protection systems among generation plants. For Lotilla, the power supply issue can be addressed by fast-tracking and upgrading the transmission systems in parts of Luzon and contracting of ancillary services. He also pushes for the reopening of the Ilihan plant.
We have had sufficient supply even though the reserves were thin, but this particular tripping of the transmission line was not expected and therefore did not figure in the power demand outlook for May. So for as long as we have the Ilihan power plant, which is 1,200 megawatts, and which has not been in operation since June of 2022. Then, for as long as it is not back in service, then our reserves will necessarily be limited. So we hope that by June, the Ilihan power plant with its LNG fuel will already be online. Probability, given that we actually have, we will have adequate supply once Ilihan is back in operation. Then we have really better chances of having a more stable supply in the zone.
Flotilla is also seeking a performance audit of the NGCP.
I hope that here we are able to start on new ground and that we will be able to do this because we want to be able to ascertain exactly where the weak points of the transmission system are and address them. So as you said, whether it is by NGCP or NGCP working with government or through the PPP, then we can try the other alternatives where needed.
The Philippine Health Department reminds Filipinos the COVID pandemic is not yet over. This is after the World Health Organization lifted the public health emergency status on COVID-19 last week. DOH Officer in Charge Maria Rosario Vergere observes, now is not the time to be complacent, especially as the country again sees an uptick in COVID cases.
Kailangan tuloy-tuloy pa rin tayo mapagmatyag. We are vigilant. And kailangan patuloy pa rin tayong aware. Alam natin kung ano ang gagawin natin, kung paano natin mapoproteksyonan ang ating sarili, pati na rin po ang ating mga kamag-anak.
State Insurer PhilHealth urges everyone to encourages medical practitioners or more medical practitioners to join its so-called Consulta program, which provides primary health care services for its members. This, as Anak Kalusugan Party List Representative Ray Reyes says, there are not enough accredited providers in the country allegedly due to the lack of interest of these medical facilities to be involved in the program.
It's really more of a reputation of PhilHealth with the relationship on these providers. Something as simple as having a more responsive reimbursement mechanism for whatever expenses that they have incurred in providing these services. Sometimes it's actually more than enough. I believe that we're trying to verify reports, so sometimes it takes more than 90 days for some of these medical facilities. If they could reduce it around 45 days, this is something more manageable already, and this should be able to incentivize some of our medical facilities to join this consultant program.
Philippine Central Bank Monetary Board member Bruce Tolentino clarifies his remark on President Marcos's Kadiwa program. He asserts the program, which sells agricultural products at lower prices, is an important measure amid high inflation. Tolentino hopes the administration will find a way to provide more opportunities for Filipinos through the Kadiwa program. The remark comes after he questioned its viability. He said the program will cost government money since the Agriculture Department will be subsidizing the products. 2 Filipino women in Sudan cried for help to be evacuated as fighting in the war-torn country drags on. One of them, Rebecca Mendoza, says she has already applied for repatriation, but her employer refused to let her leave.
Nakita po ng aking amo na ako po ay nagpasa ng detalye dito sa aming lugar
ipinasa ko po sa Egyptian Embassy yung location namin dito. Nagalit po sa akin ang amo ko. Kasi sabi po niya sa akin, ipapahamak ko daw po siya sa ginagawa ko. Nag-away po kami ng amo ko noong isang araw. Pinagbablock niya po yung mga nagkontak sa akin dito.
The Philippine Foreign Affairs Department assures them it will find a way to bring them home.
We can ask yung honorary consulate po natin sa Khartoum na gumawa ng paraan para mailigtas siya. Ang una natin gagawin batas sa batas, usapin natin yung amo. Dahil yun yung since nasa custody siya ng amo, they don't want to be personally admitted. We are kidnapping itong kawabayan natin. Of course, ibang klaseng panahon na ngayon sa Sudan, gagawa tayo ng paraan, baka usapin muna natin yung amo ko. And of course, kung talagang ayaw, then we will make plans for her to be released.
On Tuesday, 55 more Filipinos arrived home to the Philippines, bringing the total number of repatriated Filipinos to 475. 18 more are expected to arrive in the country this morning. Authorities say there are still 40 Filipinos left in Sudan who have refused to leave. E-wallet service provider GCash denies there was hacking involved in the reported unauthorized fund transfers that affected some of its customers. Several GCash users earlier said money from their accounts were allegedly transferred to accounts in East West Bank and Asia United Bank. GCash did not disclose the total amount affected by the incident, but it says all funds of affected users have already been returned. Citing the result from its initial investigation, GCash said the users unknowingly clicked a phishing link.
Definitely no hacking, because kung meron tong hacking, the impact could have been bigger, no? We are not blaming our customers. Based on our investigation, that we found out that this impacted customer base unknowingly access a phishing link. Ang nakita namin sa investigation, this fraudster, hindi siya nag-action during the time that he was able to fish and mine this information from the customers. No, again, how did we found out na ganito? There is a request to link a device. Yan yung lumabas na investigation natin, and an OTP was sent. And using those information, the fraudster was able to make that transaction.
After Tuesday's unauthorized fund transfer fiasco on GCash, experts warn of bolder techniques that scammers use to obtain access to bank accounts. Lady Vicencio reports.
Bad actors are getting more creative in finding ways to gain access to bank and e-wallet accounts. Experts also warn reverse social engineering techniques are getting more sophisticated, with scammers using personal data obtained on the internet to convince victims to give up passwords or one-time pins.
Isa sa mga security questions, di ba, what is your mother's maiden name? Di ba, usually, pag nag-reset ka ng password, tinatanong yan. Tapos mga kwento tayo online na napapanggit natin yung maiden name ng mother natin. So someone who is trying to reverse engineer information sa'yo, alam na kung gagamitin yung birthday mo as your PIN. Kasi these are things that can easily be reverse engineered.
What is really critical here is for our consumers to be able to be aware, not to share their one-time pins or one-time passwords or MPins, no? Because there are a lot of concerns or cases where practically the consumers themselves are the ones volunteering or providing those OTPs or passwords, no? To individuals, to unknown individuals. So that's why their accounts are being compromised.
Both FinTech Alliance founding chairman Lito Villanueva and financial planner Fitz Villafuerte believe the immediate action taken by GCash to return funds from e-wallet users affected by reported unauthorized cash transfers is evidence safety nets are working, referring specifically to the Financial Consumer Protection Act. The implementing rules and regulations of the Philippine Central Bank state in the event of an unauthorized transaction, The consumer's interests should be protected by the blocking or freezing of the account receiving contested funds. But the action can only commence if the concerned financial institutions are notified quickly. Asia United Bank confirmed some funds were transferred into one of the bank's accounts, and they are cooperating with the ongoing investigation.
We confirmed that there were funds that were transferred. I'm afraid the relationship of the user is with GCash, so we would extend the cooperation to support the GCash community, but for good order and good protocol, it would really be the consumers going direct to GCash where their accounts are.
But GCash being the owner of the account, everything has to report for initiated from them. So sila po magpapile. May concern sila whether we need to return the funds. And they have to provide the correct reasons also. Yung nagkamali ng bank na napunta sa amin, then we will correspond to the accountant.
East West Bank, meanwhile, said it immediately acted on the reports of unauthorized cash transfers and initiated an internal investigation. The bank also said it is cooperating with authorities to resolve the matter. Villafuerte stresses bad actors will continue to operate if nobody is punished for the incident.
Dapat the government is also doing their part in ensuring na, number one, mahirapan or hindi talaga magawa itong mga scammers na to, yung mga techniques nila. And number two, I think very important na napaparusahan yung mga nahuhuli. Kasi syempre kung ang daming regulations, ang daming mga layers of protection, pero hindi ka naman nakaka-read ng balita na may naparusahan na scammer, then more people or other scammers can still have parang mamomotivate pa rin sila or malakas pa rin yung loob nila kasi walang napaparusahan.
Consumers are advised to keep a personal record of their transactions and to report anything they find suspicious. Lady Vicencio, ABS-CBN News.
It's a special pleasure to welcome the Prime Minister back to the State Department, back to Washington. Prime Minister Asada and I have been friends for many, many years, and with all due respect to the extraordinary new ambassador that Kuwait has, we did feel that there was a little bit of something missing. So we're great now to have the benefit of having the ambassador, but also having you here in your role as Prime Minister. And for me, on a personal level, as well as a professional level, that's a very much appreciated development. And of course, more broadly, it speaks to the enduring, but also evolving relationship between the United States and Kuwait. Strong strategic partners, longtime allies, and increasingly working together on the many challenges that both of our countries face. We see Kuwait playing a vital role as a force for peace, security, diplomacy throughout the Middle East and beyond globally. And especially in these times, that's vitally important to us. We have, I know, lots to share today, consulting on a whole variety of issues from Syria to Yemen to the broader situation in the Middle East. I have to tell you also, Sam, how grateful we were in the crisis that's under Sudan, that Kuwait was quite literally the first country to say, what can we do, how can we help, including American citizens who were seeking to leave. So we're really grateful for that, but it goes to the fact that for many decades now, we have been standing up for each other and with each other. And I was also very pleased that you were able to see the Ukrainian Prime Minister, Dmytro Kuleba. So it's a lot to discuss, but mostly it's very good to see you here, have you here, and to pursue the agenda that we've in many ways been working on for many years.
Mr. Secretary, dear friend, thank you very much for inviting me to the State Department today, and thank you very much for your very warm welcome, Tony. As you mentioned, we've been friends for a long time, and I cherish that friendship very, very much. On a personal level, it's always good to be back in Washington, a city that I lived in and served my country in for over 20 years. So it's very good for me to be back here. Kuwait and the U.S. enjoy a very strong strategic partnership and friendship, and Tony, I look forward throughout our discussions to discuss that friendship and see how we can elevate that partnership and that friendship and build upon it. And I look forward also to discussing with you what's on our agenda for our strategic dialogue that's coming up in October. That's something we look forward to. You mentioned our help with Sudan. No thanks necessary. A friend in need is a friend indeed, and we're friends of the United States, and we're there when you need us, and we were glad to be able to play our role in Sudan and getting your nationals out of there. The U.S. plays a very pivotal role in maintaining the peace and security in our region. We thank you for that, Tony, and we hope that the U.S. will continue to play that stabilizing role in our region. I think it's very important, and I'd like also to touch upon that in our discussions. Our region, as you know, faces many crises. Globally too, there are other crises that I think we should discuss. And again, Kuwait, from its role as a bridge builder, as a country that brings parties together and tries to resolve conflicts by peaceful means, I'd like to discuss with you, Tony, in ways that Kuwait can be beneficial in bringing an end to crises in our region and beyond. I think our world today is moving into a dangerous place, and I think countries like the US and Kuwait that share the same principles of international peace and security and the need to maintain that, I think we can work together in a very constructive way to bring peace and security to the globe. So again, thank you very much for your welcome, Tony. It's great to be back in DC, and I look forward to a very fruitful discussion with you this afternoon. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Good evening, everyone. Let's start by thanking a good friend of some meetings, right? Beyond this 2020 and helping to celebrate the 2023 anniversary of positions. Now, we have to be honest with you. We know each other for a while. Going back to our college, both wrote for our college newspaper. Or more accurately, I wrote for Mike because on the terms that he held the title of president.
Restaurants, making money is good. So, restaurants, right? Outside, outside. Nanti dia nak ambil set, coaching, coaching. Oh my God. It should be much more like, kind of podcasts, see better how it will, and I can set full, always a topic, you must go, just more interesting. But overall, you can see that the kind of graphics and everything. Sometimes you see people with the graphic, but maybe the funding is more expensive. Sometimes the fund is more expensive than sometimes the Viva is just I think the nice food. Whatever they say, violence. Well, the VPN and the very happy.
In today's world of technology, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations doubled down on trade and growth, asking leaders gathered for a meeting in Indonesia. What are the recovery prospects within the regional cluster? Here is our host, Yan Wei.
Hello and welcome to World Economic Association. Indonesia, ASEAN Summit of Vietnam 2011. ASEAN nations are keen on economic recovery as they tackle inflation and transition into a post-pandemic era. The summit theme, ASEAN Matters, at the center of growth shows that the regional bloc has become more confident in its role as a global economic engine. The summit is also expected to reinforce de-dollarization efforts as the bloc looks to promote trade in local currency. What are the prospects for economic integration within ASEAN and between ASEAN and the world, especially China? Let's ask our panelists. For more on China-ASEAN relations in Jakarta, Dr. Ibrahim Rahman, Senior Research Associate at Indonesia Financial Group Program. In Tokyo, Lin Tianwai, Adjunct Senior Research Fellow from the East Asian Institute at National University of Singapore. In Kuala Lumpur, Kazi Mahmood, an ASEAN Affairs Analyst based in Kuala Lumpur. In Shanghai, Shenbin Li, Professor of the Institute of International Studies with Fudan University of China. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us. I have a very strong panel. I want to start by asking all of you about how to avoid geopolitical tensions in the region, and what is the best way to create peace with the joint efforts between China and ASEAN. Let's go to Mr. Rahman.
The main issue in the region is we have to achieve decent level of economic progress in the region. So as we see that IMF projection has taken
easy.
Planning, even look at ASEAN annual growth rate is always much higher than what is projected by global institutional and global economy. So ASEAN should grow on focusing on most important problem, most important aspect that have achieved. And the Indonesian championship will provide opportunity for ASEAN to play an active role, offering ideas and solutions that will create greater benefits for peace and prosperity in the region. And that would be one solution to that.
Mr. Lin, ASEAN bigger role, what kind of role exactly is that? How will ASEAN be able to go between the big powers, like just say the United States, China, and some of the others in the region? Will ASEAN be able to play that role?
I think ASEAN's future is defined by Indonesia as the chair. And there are several goals and objectives that they have mentioned in this coming year. They wish to develop social, cultural aspects of ASEAN. They wish to strengthen the health, pandemic security of ASEAN, future management of the crisis, and also post-pandemic recovery. And in these three areas, I think all the great powers in the region are in agreement as well. So if ASEAN is able to play its driver's role for regionalism, then it has the ability to bring all these great powers together and work on these changes together. And also to note, the two biggest powers in the region, the US and China, have also reached agreement on climate change agenda. And in fact, according to the latest report, Beijing has invited the environmental czar, John Kerry, to speak and also to communicate in China. And so ASEAN is also interested to play the role, especially in the aspect of development, economic development in the region with a green agenda.
From Malaysia, the current government is promising that ASEAN should focus on centrality. What is the central role ASEAN can play? How ASEAN countries should unite to face the external challenges and to face the local geopolitical issues. If Malaysia goes on its own, it is not going to help ASEAN. If Philippines continue to go on its own and join the US, for example, which is the threat that we see today, then it's not going to be peaceful. You see, it's going to disturb a lot of things. The creation of ASEAN was for peace, for centrality, for development and progress. Economic, political, social, cultural. And I think on the cultural aspect in particular, which we sometimes avoid to look at, I think ASEAN has unity in this aspect. Sometimes we wear the same clothing in ASEAN, sometimes we have the same food, we share the same things, and we have a lot of Chinese people in Malaysia, and so we share commonness with China more than with the West. In my last interview of Tun Dr. Mahathir was he was not the Prime Minister then, he was in 2022, 2021, sorry. So he told me that China is not placing any barriers on the sea. You see, for example, we are being told that China is aggressive, but Tun Mahathir said that China is not placing anything on the sea, any barriers, any toll gates to tell countries in the region you have to pay that much to cross this sea into the South China Sea. He needs to see that South China Sea is still free for people to navigate. You see, the US is pushing for navigation into the sea, freedom of navigation. But ASEAN could tell the foreign powers. My point is that ASEAN should and could tell the foreign powers that we are united. We still want China to be our partner, and we still want the rest of the world to cooperate with us and progress.
Both of you, Professor Chen, what do you think? What is the key that would hold peace and stability still intact in the region?
There are three keys. One is ASEAN unity, speaking with one voice. Second, ASEAN neutrality. ASEAN should not take sides between and amongst the major powers. That would eventually hurt ASEAN. So ASEAN should have a long view, a long strategy, rather than take a short-term interest. Three is playing a bridging role between major powers to prevent them from having trouble. So I heard ASEAN is proposing to link China's Belt and Road initiative to the U.S. proposal. Framework. That's a great idea.
So it seems I learned a lot of key words, gentlemen, from what you have just said. Unity, neutrality, and practicality, in a way, pragmatism. Make sure things are done to the benefit of all of us. But how should we do it? You know, Mr. Rothman, one of the things I have found out is that rhetoric, propaganda these days, are speaking in louder voice than realities and facts. You may say it's a result of social media, and certainly it is a result of a very divided world. So, Mr. Rothman, how can we really listen to each other directly, rather than through any third party?
Yeah, I think that's very interesting, stimulating question from you that the current championship, 2013 in particular, is coming out at a time where the world is becoming increasingly complex with the whole globalization. From the geopolitical economic standpoint, the world is experiencing multidimensional challenges. As mentioned by colleague in parliamentary great power title is becoming sharpened, and then great power efforts need to be managed so that we can avoid open conflict. Especially that ASEAN is always seen as very promising area of investment and economic activities is always leading to the region in Asia. So I think by listening to each other on what is most important for the region, I think the recent championship in this year will focus on, making ASEAN more stable and more peaceful region as the anchor for world stability. And for that, we have ASEAN member states and surrounding countries must constantly uphold international law and not become a proxy for anyone. Asia maintain internal peace for Southeast Asia and the Indo-Pacific region and the greater area. So that would be totally one aspect that ASEAN member state can, put an overarching goal for the region to achieve together.
Some are trying to compare the issue of Taiwan, for example, with the issue of Ukraine crisis. Some were also suggesting, there are various documents concerning Taiwan, why, and whether what China claims is still relevant or not. These are noises that you see in propaganda and rhetoric. But the thing is, how to make sure that people are focused on the real issue. I guess that is the most important thing. The Taiwan issue is nearest to the heart of China. So let me hear from you, Mr. Shen, about how can we avoid listening and believing in rhetorics and propaganda, rather than focusing on the real issue?
Well, I think America is complaining that some other major power is not respecting a rule-based international. I think this is a good point of departure. America and some African countries may feel China's superiority in South China Sea, the land reclamation may constitute certain breaching of the UNCLOS, United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea. So they say you have to respect international law. In my personal view, I think this issue may have two ramifications. One is the economic interest. China may have some stronghold which would protect its fishermen to a more permanent and secure access to the sea-based vitamins. The other is China is worried that America is employing an Indo-Pacific strategy to employ its former PACOM, Pacific Command, and also Central Command based Navy and Air Force to come to this place, passing through South China Sea, come to East China Sea, into Taiwan Strait, and to handle China. And this constitutes a violation of the United Nations Charter. I think all countries should respect the UN rules, fundamentally UN Charter, respecting China's sovereignty over Taiwan, which is recognized by all other countries and also by the United Nations, and also theoretically by the US President. Meantime, all countries, including China, should respect the UNCLOS. So China has room to talk to our ASEAN friends on how to improve our behavior in South China. Given this, I think the ASEAN countries have a lot to do. Not only complain about China on South China Sea, but also our friends have room to complain with America. Why violate the UN Charter, making various use domestic law to militarily and politically intervene into China's internal affairs? I do think that ASEAN has a very constructive role to do. For instance, think tanks in ASEAN countries can invite the Chinese think tank, American think tank, to ASEAN countries to have dialogue. ASEAN as a grouping can invite the Chinese government and US government to come to ASEAN to have a friendly chat. So I do hope our friends, we think ASEAN is our friend. Americans think it is a friend of ASEAN countries. Why not all three parties to become more genuine friends, exchanging genuine concern, and improve our respective
Is that too much to expect the ASEAN to do, Mr. Lin?
Well, I think Indonesia has also laid out an agenda this year that is related to what has been mentioned, which is Indonesia wants ASEAN to strengthen itself institutionally. So in order to reach the objectives that all the previous speakers have mentioned, Indonesia is focusing on domestic strengthening of ASEAN institutions so that, as someone has mentioned earlier on, it can speak with one voice, it can be stronger and more united. And in that sense, then it can play the capacity for the next 2 points, which is emphasize the areas in which the great powers, especially the two great powers, agree on. And that is the climate change agenda, and some may even say the Korean Peninsula peace. There's also a second point that ASEAN can play, which is it is not it may not be realistic for very strong geopolitical problems to be resolved quickly, but at least the temperatures can be tuned down and create a positive atmosphere for greater dialogue and conversation. And that is certainly a role that ASEAN can play, particularly since it has members that are close to all different powers, not just the US and China, but to other middle and also regional powers in the world.
Let me move on from the topic on geopolitics to the topics of real bilateral and multilateral cooperation in trade, cultural exchanges, as well as building a greener economy. To you, Professor Shen, Belt and Road Initiative celebrating 10th anniversary. Many of those ASEAN economies are partners with China along the Belt and Road, and they have been contributing from their part as well. Meanwhile, working with China on many important projects. So how do you see the role of ASEAN for the success of the Belt and Road?
Well, if you're asking it right, I think it still has quite some need for better infrastructure. And that can be helped by Japan, by China, by America, by EU. How ASEAN can bring all these plans together, not just China, not just Japan, but bring them together, putting their technical competence, financial resource, plus the resource from other countries. ASEAN can do better. For the second decade, such a development is not only driven by external threats. ASEAN can say, we have a strategy, we would invite you. ASEAN can play the voice. Particularly, I have one project in my mind, which is to build a road, a railroad from China to Vietnam, to Indonesia, to Malaysia, etc. Of course, that will need to do a lot of engineering work, including bridge, tunnels, etc. But that is not the end work.
Yeah, right now, Mr. Rockman, we also see whether it is a parallel or counter initiative, I don't know, but a Build Better World plan coming from the U.S. 2021. How much have we seen real implementation of that plan taking place between the U.S. and ASEAN in terms of real projects, railways, infrastructures, production, green development, as well as digital economy?
Well, yeah, I think the relationship between ASEAN and Indonesia, and particularly the US, is becoming much less if we compare the relationship between Indonesia and China. So, of course, US is still one of the important major trade partners for Asia and for Indonesia in particular. As we see during the trade wars period of Trump presidency, the impact of trade blockage has been impacting Indonesia and ASEAN as well. But in relation to the real project in ASEAN or Indonesia in particular, I don't see that there has been massive increase of US, Indonesia, US, ASEAN relationship if we compare with China. China has much more clear roadmap on how to connect ASEAN economy with China with government initiative in Indonesia. We will be soon experiencing the fast train between Jakarta and Bandung. And I think one of the challenges when talking about China infrastructure is the debate between labor absorption, local and foreign absorption of workers, which is becoming more important to countries, more important to disentangle between the real impact of the host country due to the project introduced by China talking to China relationship to ASEAN. I think ASEAN countries in general have the same experience of benefiting more inflow of capital infrastructure development in each country, but the benefit in relation to labor participation, for instance, local empowerment is important to be discussed and to go through.
Go to you also, Mr. Masood. We have seen China and ASEAN economies committing to agricultural development, committing to technology development, committing to green development over the past few years. There are even specific numbers about how much China has vowed to import agricultural products from ASEAN economies, starting from Chinese President's visit earlier into the region. So tell me more about how do you see the implementation of these specific projects? Belt and Road Initiative as one of them, and many others as well.
Yeah, there are many aspects of Chinese involvement in ASEAN. When I was in Cambodia, I could see how Cambodian government is making a lot of effort to educate its people on skills and capacity building and on growth of production of fruits and vegetables for export to China, which is a very important aspect of the economy today. And this is happening in Malaysia soon because Anwar Ibrahim went to China recently and back, and he says that China will be investing a few billions in the country, which is a positive aspect of the development between Malaysia and China. And it has also to do with green economy and not only with the brown or with the gray aspect of things. But what I need to say is China is a very close friend of Malaysia, is a very close friend of ASEAN. Many things are together. You know, they are reciprocal, both ways. And China is trying its best to get Malaysia on board with BRI, Belt and Road, with the ECR that is ongoing, the railroad in the north of the country, which is populated area down there towards Thailand, and that could connect in the future, who knows, Thailand with Malaysia in train link. So speaking about train, speaking about transportation, about infrastructure and agriculture, Malaysia is trying to go into more production of its own agriculture and also for export. Durian is one of the products being exported to China, which is very popular in China, and this has also made links between cooperation between China and Malaysian businesses in very good terms. That's what I can say about this development.
Mr. Lim, also, RCEP has been a paramount trade mechanism that China and ASEAN are extremely proud of. So tell me more about how do you see, even though it is quite a basic trade path, how do you see its future impact on this region and on the cooperation with the economic world, which certainly includes China and ASEAN?
Well, RCEP certainly is still the world's largest free trade agreement. It is indeed an achievement that was signed at a time when the world was disrupted by a pandemic and anti-globalization forces. That alone is a symbol of the determination of the region as well as all the members of RCEP to push forward with the free trade. Now, as you know, there is also the CPTPP, and the UK is edging towards joining it. China has also applied to join it. Now, if CPTPP and RCEP can go forward with the momentum that they have already created, then eventually they can fall under the FTAP, Free Trade Agreement of Asia Pacific. This can only benefit a much larger region in which we can use international trade to bind countries together with greater interdependence and therefore lower the chances of conflict. Within this FTAP, RCEP, and CPTPP, the schemes like BRI will continue to play a very big role because we need the infrastructure in order for trade to take off. Trade cannot take off without adequate infrastructure, and ASEAN is also facing the prospect of welcoming a new member, which is Timor-Leste. And certainly Timor-Leste is starting from very low base when it comes to infrastructure development. So BRI will play a very important role, and like the Professor Shin says, there is always a role for developmentalism in capacity building, regardless of which country it comes from, because it can only offer a buffet of options for different countries, whether it is basic infrastructure or high quality infrastructure offered by all the big powers, including China, with their specific strengths in different areas. Thank you.
One of the things, Mr. Lian, I know you have always been very passionate about is the technology cooperation, the digital ASEAN, as you mentioned many times in our interviews earlier, and also the digital cooperation between China and ASEAN. China certainly has already had a very good base for that. How do you see China and ASEAN economies will be able to combine the most important, shall I say, surplus they have in terms of cooperation and be able to empower this China-ASEAN relations with a digital prospect?
At the time when the Chinese tech giants were facing headwinds from global disruption, they have actually set up operational headquarters in Singapore. And all the Chinese tech giants have also managed to soak and push and marketed their systems to different ASEAN countries, whether in terms of smart transportation systems or other AI-based systems. And also ASEAN has the network of smart cities in which China is already playing a very major role in. So I think the way forward is that ASEAN is determined to jump onto Industry 4.0, in which it is lagging behind major tech powers in the world, and certainly China can play a part in it. And everybody knows that the two great tech powers in the world are China and the US. So China has a lot to offer to ASEAN when it comes to technology transfer, turnkey projects, and also technological sharing. And in this sense, I think there's a lot of focus on the chatbots, the AI chatbots recently, and certainly Ernie, which is released by Baidu, and also Alibaba's chatbots are very much in advanced cutting edge of AI technology. And these kinds of technology point the way forward for cooperation between China and the ASEAN countries.
Gentlemen, I have my gratitude for all of you. Our first part of the conversation focused on the debate about geopolitics. Our second part is focused on many constructive projects that are going on between China and ASEAN economy. Certainly the latter is making us believe in a better future while trying to build.
And every one of us is being spied. Ever since we are born in this world. China society can look at each and every one of the children, whether they are 1 year old or less than 1 year old. They will look at their parents, they look at their siblings, they look at their immediate family, they look at their outer family, they look at their relatives, they look at their friends. They will communicate between among the Chinese civilization, whether they are migrated or not migrated. I think that one they don't answer. So they'll be looking at all of us. Along the way, they will be spying on us. They can use the United Nations to spy on all of us in their city. To seek interview, to check on many things that they are curious on. Or the key checklist that they'll be finding. And then they'll be not sleeping. And they'll be every day. They may be working on them. They may not be working on them. They may be spying on all of us ever since the child is 1 year old. And they will know some child is capable to be the future of China. To assist China in many ways. What are their duties and responsibilities for the future? Whether they are Indians, whether they are Muslims, whether they are Malays, whether they are Eurasian, whether they are Chinese, overseas Chinese, who are their ancestors? What are their links to the secret society? What are their links to China? What are their links to the Singapore government? What are their links to America and its allies? And so forth. The child can change from America to China. The child can change from China, and I believe the Chinese also, to America. So you can see that these are the things that humans are inconsistent. So the only way is not 5G. 5G is not aspiring to TikTok. TikTok is not aspiring to. It's just to allow people to have entertainment. So technology in future, if they link to any that can be software that is linked to China, or they can hack using China's hacking or whatever to link to not a China application or So there are many ways, I say, for Chinese to understand a person, but they use two forms. One is the technology, one is the Chinese civilization. Another way they also can depend on the hypnotic devices, so that in the end, they can use the hypnotic devices to also do a little bit of brainwash program, which depend on the age of the and they know who are the people that will be forever for Singapore government, or whoever they are for America, whoever they are posing the threat to China. People who have the information, the knowledge, and the wisdom that can overcome China's continuing of the evolution, whether the new China, the new world, to many. I don't pose it. But they might deliberately want to know to me because of many links that they themselves are linked to the dark force of any organization, not secret society, and society can be. And in that sense, they have, I say, uncle, many people, they have bad hearts, and are easy. And they also say many things. We are hypocrite, we are ironic, but it's in China, hypocrite, and many of all the other things they never see. Maybe they see themselves. So at the end of the day, whatever is, that means they are not referring to the Singapore. But they did say it. They kind of warned me. So at the end of the day, they're trying to tell me the worst of the worst of the hypnotic and the hypnotic could be assisting the Chinese government to find many answers to it. It could be also identifying the benefits for themselves than the Chinese government. At the same time, the Chinese government could have increased in providing and sharing the information and knowledge and research, whatever data to China. The money will be coming in from China. And at the same time, provide some support to the economy. Now, all the money that the Chinese government receives is all from the US. But whatever it is, I'm not interested. Because as I said, if I'm in the Philippines or in Vietnam, I'm still here. As long as they receive whatever money from other sources, whatever, whether America, whether China, whether Russia, or any other country, or any entities, I'm not interested. I do not know, I do not want to know, I want to know. Or they want to take whatever, I'm happy for them. As long as they are, must be self. So I don't look at them negatively, where their source of money comes from. Whatever the reasons they give towards playing politics, whatever they do, just play politics. They are just playing politics. So my advice to victims is to ignore and continue that towards me. There's no possibility because we are not the government. We are not working for the government. Whatever people are working here for their support, I'm not interested. Because at the end of the day, if the people are not able to give resell for it, I'm not offering operation to be the operation of the defense. If I go to any place in Singapore, I'm not very for this. Just give you an opinion. It's the people that try to make things difficult for everybody and themselves that they are trying to do rumor mongering, playing politics, sharing the wisdom of positivity by detaining me, accusing me, and at the same time sharing the wisdom of positive I are able to appeal and get. But as I said, when I grow up, I don't want to get involved in their way of doing things. But in fact, I actually do not like them to get involved with all this because perhaps this is their way of doing things and I know their pattern. But I can't stop them from doing things just until I'm not listening or not, just so in the end of the day, whatever it is, I'm not angry or upset. I'm not someone exposed. I say these are the possibility that that's what we done. These are the possibility that enables many other things. And these are the possibility that in the end of the day before your time that you just very good and you can more than 50 years doing this. Whatever it is, like I said, I don't animosity against anyone. But as I said, China has to show more responsibility, likewise for China's living overseas, whether they are Chinese nationals or migrated, because in the end of the day, it makes no sense, especially now. If you live in the time without COVID-19 and pre-COVID-19 and you live happy and doing that, living in the life of numbers, still have enough money, who can all the wrong people want is big. Whether the farming money, the elderly money, or the whatever bosses are making money, whatever way that they do that, but no need to throw these things down to this because it really makes no sense at all. So what I'm trying to say that in the end of the day, don't be angry because they are always when they think that I'm attractive. I don't think I'm most attractive. Again, saying that this did I have image of everyone, all they want to do. So we see that is the problem when we go to business, yeah, so and they try to accuse me. You also have Indian you also have Malay, you also have that may not know what's going on. Each has their own reason, but basically people playing politics and any kind of people and whatever they're just playing politics. Whereas the Chinese women to be part of the only whether they themselves want to do it themselves. So whatever is less politics, better is because now it's really emerging and happening real life. So that's why I say I need to say so much. I don't involve this one. I say please go to China. But then for a while, don't come back. Don't say you don't come back. I say but don't come. As and when I want to go to China, Australia, or any other country, I decide myself. It's my right. I don't want to become the last time they tell me, hey, go to Thailand. I don't want. Maybe that they're doing there's an election coming, and then maybe they destroy a lot of people, and then you can share with the internet how they're doing at Thailand from the whatever different angles of different things, different topics, different subjects, different topics. And looking at maybe some of the potential candidates I really find that Thailand has more hope. It's a free for all and please make money and Malaysia I really believe that they have a system of law, strict law. So whatever they can improve, they will. But again, the basic I already mentioned. Because free for all, I doubt so. So in the end, there will be some free for all along the way. Benefit for certain countries or other. But I say, whether whatever country I go, I just want to go really not that. But I got two in the end of the day, I have to say Thailand now, the people there already discuss our country whether local or foreign they are doing. In Malaysia, you have to respect the Prime Minister what you want to do. You cannot say free for all time because the Prime Minister has to be respected. The people go to him first. And I know he's a good leader. He has his own way to do it. Used to be an interior minister before. He can teach a lot of people. And it's because now they are trying to sort out the political corruption and beat up corruption. And many things, which is very good. So maybe if follow China way, maybe it will be very good friendly. But then that's good friends as well. Yeah. China and Malaysia will be very good, better friends, very good friends. Why not? Again, the danger will be shown in America. They can come and interfere and make things just like here the tropical right. Sometimes the access, sometimes the America, sometimes the from China, access right in America, so or Russia, China. So all these countries will always come to the country for interference to try to influence them on many reasons. And one power is one of them. So whatever it is, there are many reasons advantages for other countries because they come they don't ask that country to go to the other country. So there must be a reason. The reason is the America trying to win back Middle East again. One by one they do. So whatever it is, I'm not very sure how it will go. It's always the result. During the process, what is the result, whether they really have any result. That's all I'm going to say. So in the end of the day, I'm not angry that the device of China is fighting for so many years since I'm young and all this. Doesn't matter. But don't cause imagination and twisted influence because it's really, like I said, I really have nothing to do. I only live in China, so I don't know. I never see 看那个中国文件是 Chinese document, now that I'm reporter, right, got arrested. So all these things I say I'm not interested to understand, to read the chain. And moreover, I heard people always tell me, please learn the Chinese. Yeah, I don't want that. But this one, because I'm not a spy. Why do I want to read? I don't want to people perceive or assume that I'm a spy. I just read a simple concept. Doesn't mean anything American, but I don't want to get caught with the American Chinese conflict. But I just read them because I like the reading and I find that I can travel so I just stay there for until graduation or until then I start until after you put the keys or so during this time I think happens to coincide with the Russia Ukraine war and the increasing possible increasing conflict between America and China. I also don't want to try to get caught in this whatever outside of even Singapore I don't get I just know I just buy things I just hang on eat but many of them they just sign on the second one is okay but they can hang around in the observing and the understanding and you go to those different departments different divisions and you get the good the bad it's okay just observe me just hang around see whether I really you try to take people's use the Menotti device or any Menotti device going around, use them to try to do that in public. I really not want to say anything. It's not wise. It's not because this is not other countries. So in the end of the day, my advice is then they not happy. They say everything until cannot cannot 高山不在当然。What do you want me to do? I was going to get caught up in voting. Yeah, I was going to get caught up in the Wednesday one. Issue voting on the 20th. That's it. 他阴谋，因为他已经那时候他去中国，他们发现公共证据要要盗贼信息向有影响力，他是说人家从那里是他在中国已经很多了，在中国住在中国，2020 year before year ago you already you know and then after year every year change China every year change one boy you know what's going on in this please don't update us so that in that day they cannot argue because of this people everything from China so you whatever I know China is supposed to use the people alone. There's no secret and whatever I mean it cannot be joyful because there's no document. You think China has this soldier in this camp. There's no document to say that China has continued in this camp. And I don't have a document. You cannot be charging me. I just look at it but what they not really they take advantage of the situation. Why? Play for it. Because you know, because auntie uncle ask and auntie uncle want to bring you up and they don't want you to ask you what kind of question that you know and then in the end of the day auntie know that and auntie know that you want to study you are learning man somebody jalani and then after that you go all kind of thing and then you just try to give a story on it. How about some auntie voting, auntie center, everybody center, everybody on the problem all hide, all secret. Everybody they just do all things. Auntie in secret busy going every care for you, force dependent. Ayo, nakako, ayo, ayo. Nobody knows what they are secret. Cannot be tracked or cannot be tracked just like myself whatever I know. What they want to center on is use it. You can help. Whether if you want to come, you say two. I said actually they never say one by one is two. They say one plus two is you say two. So you see these are the things where they try to play politics. Do it. So in the end of the day, what do you get? When at first they thought it's done, no problem. Just using how many how many victims are learned several times today. But ever since COVID-19, everything changed. If I do not know, if I'm in China, I do not know anything at all. If I'm in China, I don't know anything at all. They don't have to. We destroy you. But in the end, we never benefit from anything. They never benefit. They only know people know like the wisdom of the people. So, in the end of the day, what I'm trying to say that in the end, whatever they do, it makes no sense. You must try to think you go and do this stage. What is the next stage? They say, oh, they scared later you know discover people's secret and produce and I said, why the music for you want to kills and all these people. And then they say, they discover, they say, you see already now. Don't disturb me now. You see already now. You do not know anything now. 看如果我们说的 Chinese club 同一个，但是你看啊，你看这是they don't want, they want to filter certain people, Chinese or not American. But many people from foreign, they see all these people, American, they know how they are doing. So that's what I say. The best is no actual discussion. Action. Yeah. Use the feel. Okay, this ball is censored. Maybe other people want to see. It's not like you said that you're able to create all kinds of things for that person. And they can do that. They know that the poison never ends. I'm not against it. They know because I know everything, many negative sorts of say many negative words, but they try to use first as a bargaining chip, as a sense of obligation. What is it? First, you said number two, this, number three, this, number four, this, number five, this, and they keep increasing until to now 10 or 11 or 12 or 15. What's the point? That's the story unfold. Everybody is good, God, Jesus. Whether you are looking in Singapore or overseas, and Singapore actually in Singapore is not it's come to a point ever since the year 2013 this started. And then until I want to see what this started. All these 5 years of negative condition, every weakness. We didn't realize that their powers are good. There is no way we can do from giving to the people. So they know that in time it's an auto mechanism, auto calibration to indicate that they have restriction. Because in the end of the day, why do you give me all? Because at time that's how you want to give me down everything. Then when I was reading something a few years ago, you don't know what's going on in China. And push the blame on you. Whatever happened in China, you really do it again. But then another person told me, it might never happen now. And you're safe. And many and they thought that at time they were afraid that I'm going to drop the fire. Why do you want to you still create the story? Why do you want to create the story? If nothing story was created, until the same. Even that time, if I knew that my big life, one is not good for the body, not capital or whatever. I said, what? I said, I didn't know. Because most importantly, girls in Singapore look at it. Couple A, husband, man A and couple A, husband and wife. Oh, the wife got many lovers. Couple A sleep, man A sleep beside the wife and hear the baby. Oh, so many of them after divorce. Or the wife hear, wow, the man got so many men or girls. Then the wife only hear or other people see. He said, oh, that's the end or the couple A. The wife go and find and they don't like it. They want to act God. They want to blame God. And they try to say, oh, because according to their Christian, according to their sin, or whatever it is, that's not good. will come out. This is my life, not Muslim life, Christian life, Catholic life, not any other people. Yes, it's a concern, but in the end of the day, I know again if people never settle, they will settle. It's why and after that, then now he's going to chop. It can happen to the people. It can happen to the B family, the 10 family, the A family, the B family, and what is? If they want to do any illegal thing, go enjoy yourself, go and do, and go and do. In Vietnam, they always respect each other. You want to do it, and I want to do it. And I will sleep early for one night, I will wake up. Go somewhere, you want to go. You attend talking down in the temple, whatever you do. They do not, they do nothing, you sleep early. Whether in Oman or any other place, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, you hear some sound out of the temple there or somewhere in the heart or whatever, maybe that one is not how they do. Very nice building, very beautiful. Go ahead now. Right. Singapore, Vietnam, China, Philippines, all different. He also got up. And then after that they blame. After they blame, someone blame on how come you know the girl that time nobody stopped him from learning the girl. Then maybe they bring the link to the 24. Then later they bring to the link to 360. If it's my fate to know someone and it doesn't turn out right, it could be my own problem or my mistake. Or it could be the girl's mistake. But I'm not putting the blame on anyone, myself, yourself, or our differences, or we're not able to match. Whatever is happening that way, good things, bad things, whatever, along the way, if divorce, continue, even the wife or 100 husband or 100 girlfriend, if the man want to continue. It's a human exception, not that everybody must follow. Auntie say A, B, C, D, check is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, must listen. A 5, Auntie B 10, Auntie C maybe 3. Which one you want to listen? Listen to one that the most. Why? You ask Auntie A, you Auntie say this. I ask this, all the reasons are not valid. So I'm trying to say, whatever they do at that time, they are just playing politics. Yes, you want to use me as a scapegoat. There are 90% of the world population of the rapists achieve, shot, done, or burned. You want to have the second one, an elusive artificial rate that's ongoing even before year 2013, also along the way. Until endless time. Until some laws or technology or the government restrict. But it's already ongoing. It's not say cannot be stopped. It's the people that are doing it, nothing to do with it. We are the victims. We learn how to counter whatever. So number 2, elusive artificial world is created. Everybody listen because my life is short. I'm not dying, but I'm saying that my life is short every minute, every hour. I must say very clearly to my subscribers. Everybody can listen to be restricted 18 audience. Many people don't understand at that time until British colony. Many people, even when I go to Philippines, Vietnam, everywhere, only those really know they keep quiet, they want to say. Whatever the story, fake story, false stories, fake story, everything created, all they know. But the next thing, they are not even good. Because in time, many people around the world don't know the truth. Number three, why they want to use me to share the wisdom of positivity when at the end of the day, they don't have to. If they don't need me to write their diaries, I don't have to write their diaries. If they don't need me to live stream, I don't have to live. It's not because I do not like. Nobody likes their mind to be played, confused, and controlled, but my mind is not taken over. As long as the device is not having body play in the reality, you will say artificial. He'll say, now sit down. Look up. Yeah, right. Put hand up. Panjo. Lỗ này không? Left leg, right leg. J1 stop, Panjo. So, reason? Because they already know. Those people that put 100 books or 200 volumes or terabyte knew the answers. Many people don't. They use the school. As they develop chapters after chapters, volume after volume, it became more complex. But many things they knew the answers, but they still want to make sure by experimenting. I'm a human. I'm not animal. Take out this one, take out that one, later put back. I chew down, stop, I cheat down, and after that I'm sorry now. We blame push the thing on you. Who asked you this, we push the thing on you. Now let's cheat, chew, body, come, body, whatever, body. Good luck to you. Say one word. Bound, then go. We're not even bound. The wisdom of all this is for their own 8 powers of their brain politics, and to be living in this system of witness in Singapore for their own, not survival of the fittest, but for their own benefits and advantage in negative ways. This I don't know. But they never stop. They continue, the more they do, the more cheesy they are. And it never ends. And they want to push the blame on you. Why this, why that, why that, why that, why the picture, why the picture, why the picture. Later, LHS, this the actual service officer, he also came in and they said, I'm not using that. 为什么要联合每一个新加坡人？为什么要联合？Why want to implicate and impact everyone in Singapore, including the government officials and lead Singapore from the president, the country politics? Why we do it to everybody in the Southeast Asian and everything? Why even Putin also declared treating the lake and December, CCP also should be the solution. It's not the right thing. In other countries, when you do it, do it. But Singapore don't want to do it. The more we do it, they are creating a wider divide between the West and the East. Including the soldiers are having so in line with everything the governments more negative. And the people that are in power of the government, they add this as an added consideration. So when they say we added kind of a checklist to decide on their strategies. Are they using assumes of 36 they need many answers. They prepare the mnemonic answers that is very politics. And they're waiting for me to go to China so that they can wipe out 25 of the population. They try to they really do it along the way and try to indicate that I am the one that issued the order to on the 25 people in China to wipe out 25% of the population. Thailand is not in the politics, the election. Australia, because not what, but because of what? Because of China and Australia. China and Australia, Oceania, recently the Indo-Pacific. Everywhere I go, they want to put it in as part of the big politics and say they destroy everybody because of it. What has he got to do with it? To know everybody. I go outside the cannot. They say I destroy everybody. Why not? Everybody can witness the police, everybody say 你just and buy things what you need to buy, what you need to do. People can censor people something, but go anyhow step the rumors and have it outside. Who is the one that is the order for them to spread the rumors? Why? They already put, they already have 90% of the population wear the earpiece even before they wear the earpiece. Everybody believe in the what they hear, the rumors for physical and from the earpiece. The system evolved, whether positive or negative, in Philippines, in many countries. They believe it to be positive, to be negative, to be playing game, part of the business system. Whatever already happened, so if you want to say the whole world sell already, the whole world is sell. So in the end of the day, looking at it, the whole thing, people shouldn't be used as a sacrificial lamb. Whether it's America's way of looking at it, or Western or China, or Eastern or whatever way, they look at choosing certain percentage of people today to sacrifice. Why not they sacrifice themselves? They are creating all this, I'm creating the order development, lesser. Whatever is, I don't want to say anymore, but I'm looking at it in the end of the day. This is the winner system. I find that it's not that I'm not happy. I just find that it's like really delayed by waste time. Really delayed by waste time. And in the end of the day, everybody delayed by waste time, then the higher cost of living also will delay by waste time. It keep delaying, increasing, everything will increase. So in the end of the day, they started everybody is part of the country, everybody is back. It becomes a global crisis. And ever worse is Australia, even worse. And everybody becomes part of the crisis. So some people can avoid this, avoid that, but along the way, some people can avoid everybody along the way. They say there are 10 checklists or 12 checklists, 6 is 12 already. Just the power struggle. Power struggle is not so many power. 6 plus 8, 12 plus 8, 20. So 20, some people can afford 18, some people can afford 15, some people can afford 10. Everybody trying to avoid because somehow they still can avoid 0. So it will be at least 1 to 20. So yeah, 1 to 20 every day. So this is the increasing volume of everybody. From 1 to 20, every day somehow, even without enough device to feed people, 1 to the 20 along the way. So that's why I said that doesn't mean China's civilization, China's not going to be 1 to 20 without no device. not safer. It's not like motivate ka agad ng center station, main station. It's not. It's everything all around you. And the motivate is more just like caravan, not the main actor. But if they want to be the main actor, they are really over or really toxic to you.
From the Bay of Pigs disaster to the tall tale of Iran's weapons of mass destruction, CIA is no stranger to expensive and embarrassing blunders. One of the most spectacular failures of all time happened in the 60s and was known as Operation Acoustic Kitty, a real-life actual program where CIA agents trained a house cat to become a spy. Mission impossible? Yes, because it totally failed on every level. Today we're exploring the time the CIA tried and failed to train a cat to be a spy. But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel. Oh, if that's just not enough, leave a comment and let us know what topics you would like to hear about. Now it's time to put on our spy glasses. From aiming nukes at hot dog stands to bears and ejector seats, the use of a feline double agent was far from the most bizarre thing to happen in the 45-year-long period where the US and the USSR were in a nuclear standoff. Wired up with radio transmitters and microphones, they hoped that cat spies would listen to secret conversations from windowsills, park benches, or any unsuspecting place for a cat. Perhaps the CIA thought the Russians, like Bond villains, spilled out all of the nefarious secrets to their feline friends. In the 60s, the US was at the height of the Cold War, and the CIA was trying anything it could do to keep tabs on Russians in Washington, D.C. And if you consider the fact that people really do tell their cats some of their darkest secrets, it wasn't the most far-fetched, hairball-brained idea. Some cat owners might drop a pretty penny on their four-legged children. The CIA even put Carl Lagerfeld to shame when he spent a whopping $10 million, over $80 million in today's money, to train the whisker-clad spy hopeful. Some of the items on this extraordinary vet bill included developing the equipment implanted in the cat, surgical operations, and training the little feline to cooperate. But don't worry, they will use your tax dollars to pay for it. Who needs roads or healthcare when you can fund a project that sounds like a plot from a 90s movie? Cats may be talented in the arts of self-grooming and yarn play, but when it came to expertise in the spy field, the CIA found that cats would need some surgical enhancement to test their hypothesis. Get it? The CIA decided that in order to elevate a regular house cat to the level of a CIA double agent, we need to implant technological devices under its furry little skin. The details of this catastrophically expensive and Frankenstein-esque program came to light in a book by Victor Marchetti, a CIA officer during the Cold War. In his book, The Wizards of Langley, Marchetti wrote, "They split the cat open, put batteries in him, and wired him up. The tail was used as an antenna. Made a monstrosity. Cats barely enjoy taking a bath, so it's safe to say this little guy didn't take kindly to being cut open and given to the specter of gadgetry." Cats marched to the beat of their own drummer, which unfortunately did not mesh well with the CIA's regimented spy cat agenda. They found that the cat would get hungry in the middle of testing and training and would simply wander off. This clearly was a tad frustrating for the CIA agents training it. Come on, everybody's gotta eat, even spy cats. Considering the cats could be unionized and demand whenever they want lunch hour, the CIA combated this feline attention deficit disorder with a plan. To make cat even more watchers. Why would they think further mechanizing the cat would make him more cooperative? As we mentioned earlier, this project was a complete failure, dead on arrival. And unlike its subject, it didn't get 9 lives. Marchetti told the Telegraph about the experiment process. They tested him and tested him. They found he would walk off the job when he got hungry, so they put another wire in to override that. Tell the diet industry the CIA knows the secret to suppressing your appetite. Getting wires implanted into your body is a lot easier than counting calories, right? The process of upgrading the acoustic kitty from an average playful house cat to a sleek and all-powerful CIA agent involved a lot more than your average spy training movie montage. The extreme spy kitty makeover involved the cat going under the knife in a gruesome hour-long surgical procedure. This is a cat's worst vet nightmare. As outlined in Operation Acoustic Kitty by Hernandez, surgery involved implanting a microphone into the cat's ear canal and a radio transmitter at the base of its skull. Some people implant a GPS tracker.
back in still Vietnam on all kinds of false accusations, manipulated government. It's just like because of the lead problems and they successful in making the lead problems um, um, and when they successfully make the lead problems, in the end everybody they will destroy including their own family. As a multiplies then they destroy their own family. That's how they try to play politics. I don't know what it is. Once, afterwards, a couple of weeks. Yes. Yes. Very good, man. Not true. He's getting better. Oh, I already not improved yet. I thought he's not a good player. Oh my god, amazing, man. I got lots of players. Improve a little. This guy can score. He is overrated. I'm still considering it for this, maybe for this season. But I don't know next season. So whether this season he can perform consistently next season. This player, he got a lot of players, but I cannot stop the players. It's a console, how about console and this game? Console is better, but each has its own strength and weaknesses. Because try to improve my training and strengthen my skill. Whether I should have a variety of training or a fixed kind of training. Because it's quite good. Certain things always the same. Like variety also can be sometimes some of the weaknesses. There might be a stats that doesn't. Last time I had one like everything. No, some of them are good, and then after that, they only can do certain. You cannot balance certain attributes. You only do certain attributes. You cannot do all. That's why I do what is the best attribute. Positioning is important. You set the positioning at last time you do. But the attribute is not really sure. Not very good. Using existing alone, I want to never use before. Then how I try to improve as a team. But I try to get all the resilient. Console is easy. Now do this. Search. Because now is last time we research for country. Within a country, they have citizens. Because citizens may not be citizens religious, citizens not that means last time maybe not the I don't know what I'm saying. It's best to be like country to see each and every place. But I'm surprised this Tony Ho is taking old. So technically they quite good. Once they have the part right, the practice once they should be good, then you improve on other things. That's why I can understand. If you have a mixture, will it be good? Or outside? Stop it. Many things are good, sure. Walking also very good. Positioning, set pieces is most important. Once they are much more whatever, they always allow set pieces. Some like closing movement do the set pieces. Some really along the way also they really focus on the set piece. And not adding on that. I don't know how you plan. Of course, if you're good. Then after that, even left part of the Frank Joseph Maria and the other guy was always fantastic. The guy is Italian and there's another person I said many games so I try to learn some new games experiences. I also want to watch maybe when I was in China maybe actually sometimes now I travel there are a lot of places to go. So this is for just trying to see how my days are what sort of strength some people are being cautious. Which is good. Now it's only 47. Let's do the upcoming. It's not easy. It's last time I tried to it's not okay. Every year, many years I try this game. Oh my god, what a good save. Goalkeeper is good, but he's 36 years old. Still using. I mean, if you look at the game, but in real life, some days don't look at the stats in the game in real life. Some they look at it in real life. So, and the game. So, maybe. And also something I can set the line. See that this you can set the line. Yeah, already. You can set the line to defense. I just set the line to defensive line. But when you set a defense, you attack. So you play caution. Sometimes your coach can give you advice if you wrong. And that is how you can see it. Oh, wow. Also. Oh, this. Hey, oh my God, it is not the right way. You don't see.
Okay.